How does that look for the video, you guys? I'm getting there on the sound. Yeah.
Occasionally, these portals will open up throughout the
There
area
we go.
that will just pour out different monsters that aren't native to that region for you to also be dealing with while you're trying to handle everything else inside the dungeon. There's over 120 dungeons to play through and find in Diablo 4, and any one of them can become a nightmare dungeon by finding a nightmare sigil and then using it to activate the nightmare version of that dungeon space.
Everything's a little darker, everything's more difficult. It's going to add a little bit of a twist of flavor on your particular dungeon.
There's some targeted activities in Diablo 4 that suit what you're feeling in the mood for.
The Forces of Hell are starting to have more influence in certain parts of Sanctuary and the vast interconnected overworld that we experience. And as the players are going into Helltide areas, you're going to find even more powerful monsters. And by killing
The
them,
game's
you'll
gonna be
gain
muted while
special
we
shards
play,
that you
while
take
the
to go and
video's
use to
going.
purchase these big rewards are available at these caches that are found literally throughout Helltide areas.
The sky darkens and the rivers run red, meteors fall from the sky, and the monsters get harder. We really want to create new experiences for the players. There's one I really like called Whispers of the Dead, which you get from the Tree of Whispers. The Tree of Whispers is grim and a little gruesome, but it's also something mystically haunting and kind of beautiful.
The tree has a little bit of a grudge against
This is
our
gonna be
players,
really cool.
and we'd like for them to go serve its needs. So you're going to go serve these bounties, gather different rewards, different items, and bring them back to the tree in hopes that it can exchange you something really meaningful.
Maybe you're going to go to the Fractured Peaks and take out some werewolves that are rampaging in a town. They're contained activities that you can do alone or in a group. We really wanted to create variety for people to be able to spend time
This is
where
gonna
they
be
wanted
really neat
in
to
the
see.
world. It's very cool the way it's been put together, and I can't wait for people to see it, to be honest.
In Diablo 4, we have a focus on the world of Sanctuary. And there are parts of that world that we call the Fields of Hatred, where Lilith's presence in Sanctuary has begun to seep through and manifest these poisonous areas throughout the world. When players go to these regions, they
Yellow
get to
sash.
engage in player versus player conflict.
These offer opportunities for the player to collect shards, but there is a little bit of a catch. In order to get these shards back to town, you will need to purify them. Other players will definitely know that you're attempting to purify your shards, so you'd better be prepared to fight if you're going to be playing any PvP, and be prepared that you might lose some stuff in the meantime.
Well,
Once they've got
that's
the
not going to be
purified
for
shards,
me.
they can take these, go back to nearby towns to sell them, and then use that to buy a whole bunch of like interesting cosmetic items and rewards.
It's a place for people who really love PvP and want to still get loot and still increase their character's power. If that's the way they want to play, they can.
Launch is just the beginning. One of the things we're really focused on is creating a living, breathing set of updates for players to engage with after the game has gone live.
It's really just going to be a way to keep coming back and experiencing more Diablo 4 in fresh ways.
We're really eager to hear all of your experiences.
Hello,
and
Nicole.
just enjoy the entire story with you all.
Hey folks,
Riker!
This is Riker, and welcome to the next Diablo 4 developer live stream update. I'll be your co-host. I'm a YouTube content creator and professional Diablo fan, and I want to thank the Diablo team for
He is
having
such
me
a
here today.
cool
We're
guy.
going to be diving into some juicy topics, and we have with us some folks who'll
I've gotten to
take us
meet
through
him. I've
those.
gotten to hang out
We
with
have
him. He
us-
is really
Hi, I'm
nice.
Joe Shelley. I'm the game director for Diablo 4, and for folks watching us here and keeping an eye on chat, please keep an eye on the cameras. If they start spinning end over end, you know we had a bad problem and we're not going to space today.
Fair. Okay, I'm Joseph Pipora. I'm the Associate Game Director for Diablo 4.
And I'm Adam Fletcher. I'm the Associate Director of Community for the Diablo franchise.
Adam's really
So
cool
we
to
have a lot
talk
to
to.
talk about today. We have Riker
He's
here. Thank you
interacted
again,
on
Riker, for joining
Twitter
us,
a couple
to be
times.
Our host for this actual live stream itself. And we did want to actually do a few quick agenda items and so forth beforehand. Just a reminder to everyone that Diablo 4 obviously is coming out in June, and you can still pre-order.
Yeah.
We do have deluxe and ultimate versions available for pre-order, or you can pre-order just the base game itself. But the deluxe and ultimate versions actually give you early access, so there should be a QR code on screen if you want to pre-order for deluxe or ultimate versions of the game. Today, though, we have a ton to talk about. We expect this stream to be about 90 minutes or so, because we want to cover a lot of different topics, one being endgame, the other one being some class balance changes in regards to some of the beta feedback that we ended up receiving, as well
Nice.
as the dungeon feedback that we also received during our beta learnings that we actually posted last week. So without further ado, I'm going to stay quiet for most of the stream. You'll see me more towards the end, but I will pass it off to Riker to kind of start
I'll
us.
be on Twitter the whole time. He's very busy.
Yes, I'm looking at chat.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be looking at chat because we will be doing Q&A afterwards.
True.
But I will pass it off to Riker because obviously, Riker, you've had quite a journey in getting down here. And of course, over the past week, you've been able to play the latest builds of Diablo 4. And we'd love to get your take and
Lucky bastard.
kind of hear, like, how was it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So I've been waiting for Diablo 4 since years before it was ever revealed. I've been waiting so long, I'm literally transforming into Deckard Cain. I mean, look at me. So yeah, when you reached out for the chance to come to the offices, play the latest build, then getting to come here, getting to experience it, getting to talk to some awesome people who gave me awesome insight into the build, into the systems, and get to play with decked out characters, endgame builds, seeing all the synergies coming together with the items, the Paragon boards and everything. It's really been a blast.
Awesome. Good to hear. I know one of the first topics that we
What's
wanted
up,
to
Mini-Me?
jump into was, I believe it was like talking a little bit more about the world tiers and the capstone dungeons, I believe.
Yeah, because that's basically.
But he is
I
such
guess,
a
the
chill
gateway into all the other
guy.
topics, right?
Like I said,
guess
I've
we
gotten to
have
hang out with
the
him
world tier
before.
system is like the different difficulties.
At
the capstone
BlizzCon,
dungeons is how you
he's
unlock
really
those
kind
then get
and
access to
really
all that
cool.
endgame stuff. So I think we have some footage to show. While Joe, you want to talk us?
Yeah, let's talk about this. So yeah, I guess the first thing I want to talk about here is when players are going through the base game experience, they're finishing the campaign, they reach level 50, they get to move into their first world tier content, which is the Nightmare tier. But before they gain access to that, they actually are going to have to go through what we call one of our end cap dungeons. These are longer and more challenging dungeon spaces that have big like boss encounters mixed throughout. They kind of serve as like milestones your players are expected to pass in order to gain access to that next world tier. Now, Riker, when you were playing, you had a chance to actually check out your first NCAP dungeon, at least as part of this test. Like, what was your experience playing through this?
Yeah, so the first NCAP dungeon, all right. I was one of those guys who was saying veteran difficulty is too easy, crank it up. So NCAP dungeon, I think the first one, it's recommended level 50. I was level 45, thought I was a hotshot, went in there. It was a humbling experience. That's how I discovered that, yeah, if you die enough times, you got to go back to town to repair your gear. So hardcore players beware. I had to learn like boss mechanics, study, adjust my build, and eventually put my tail between my legs, go power up a bit more before trying it again. But then conquering it felt like a really great achievement, very satisfying.
Yeah, these aren't really spaces we expect players to want to go and like try to farm and try to get a lot of things out of. It's more these are milestones,
That's cool.
gates for players to pass or to gain access to that nightmare tier. Once the players actually get into their this next world tier 3, they're going to get access to a few new features. We're going to talk about a number of them today. So you'll start to see that areas of the world are going to be affected by the Helltide system. You're going to get access to dungeons. You're going to start to see unique items begin to drop in different parts of the game. And then you're going to start to see sacred and ancestral items also begin to appear in World Tiers 3. And then in
Sacred and ancestral. Nice.
And also, in addition to those things, the world, of course, is becoming more dangerous as the players step into Nightmare and Torment tiers, World Tiers 3 and 4 respectively. Monsters can do more damage. They are going to be more aggressive. There's a number of changes. Joe, do you have any thoughts on like some of the changes that we made to monsters in World Tiers?
Yeah. You know, one of the things I love about the capstone dungeons functioning as unlocks for the world tiers is that you've got this the general gameplay loop of getting more powerful, optimizing your build, getting more gear, and then you have something that you're testing yourself against. And then when you defeat that, you move into this entirely new world tier with all of the additional like systems and mechanics and features that unlock. So you're really moving into a place where new stuff is happening. You're unlocking new cool stuff.
Yeah, enemies are more aggressive, they're more accurate, they're faster, they're moving more quickly. You start to deal with champion creatures, which are just more powerful minions that can show up in your elites and be affected in certain ways.
That's right.
Like
yeah, the monsters have certain cooldowns between their attacks. They have logic for how they do targeting. They have projectiles. Some projectiles have seeking.
True. Yeah.
So they can home to some extent.
That sounds like the Succubus's Pain Star.
And how they decide which people to target. And so a lot of those different parameters we adjust as you go up in world tiers to make the monsters more threatening, because of course the players are getting more familiar with the game, they're getting more skilled, and they're also getting access to more tools in terms of new abilities through legendary powers or even unique items.
Right? Yeah. One of the things we want to make sure we didn't do too much is it's easy for us to imagine that we could just make the game more difficult by increasing the damage the creatures deal or increasing the amount of hit points they have as you're going through these encounters. But we wanted to make sure that the world felt more dangerous as you progress into these higher world tiers, and that requires more work when working with monsters and those various encounters to kind of like create that extra level of challenge. Did you kind of determine and sense anything like kind of going from world tiers like 1 and 2 into like world tiers 3 or 4?
Oh, I definitely felt it. You stated in the difficulty descriptions, I guess I just glossed over it and I just expected more damage, more health. Yeah, I know how difficulty works. But I was starting to feel, oh, the world just seems more hostile, more aggressive. And that's when I realized, oh, there's a lot more at play in the increased difficulty here than just bigger numbers, which is nice.
There's one more thing I want to talk about with regards to world tiers as well. And this is I'm very excited about this talk in general. I've been waiting to have a lot of these conversations and with the audience they can kind of convey some of the more interesting depth and complexities associated with some of the systems. So in world tiers, you gain access to two new sets of itemization tiers. In world tier 3, you gain access to sacred items that may appear for you. And then world tier 4, you gain access to ancestral items that can be dropped for players as they're going through those spaces. Now, with the players leveling up from 1 to 50, the items that you're getting from monsters that you're killing are going to be the power is going to be based on their strength and level. So if you are, you're playing in the beta and you're killing level, 35 monsters for whatever reason, and you're going to be getting slightly more powerful gear as a result of that because the monsters are more challenging and they're going to be dropping better gear for you. But once you have reached level 50, and that basically that flow means that as you're leveling up and you're fighting more challenging things, you're going to continue to like slowly upgrade all of your gear over time. You'll find a ring here, and a helmet there, a pair of gloves. That's great. That's how we want you to kind of like get exposed to itemization systems as you're progressing through initially in the game. But once you get into World Tier 3, things change a little bit. So items that drop you have a chance to be sacred. Not every item in World Tier 3 is sacred by default. The higher the level of the creature that you're fighting, the more likely the chances that items dropped from that creature will be sacred in nature, or also based on the kind of content you're completing. But sacred items, when they drop, they drop at a very large range in terms of the power that they can have. So you could get into World Tier 3, you could kill a pack of elites in your first dungeon in World Tier 3 at level 50. And you can get an item out of that group. Maybe it's a rare item that drops up in that group that is powerful enough that could serve a level 70 character. The sacred item tier basically is going to have gear in it that goes from level 50 all the way up to level 70 in terms of like the power swing there. Once you get a little bit higher, it's a little more likely to get slightly higher in the range, but it's very likely you can get those really, really great drops really early, which we think is super exciting because we want you to be trying to like always be looking for like just the right ring, and it could show up like your best in slot ring for that for a sacred tier might show up at level 51, and that might be the one that you want to hold on to for the entirety of that tier.
And you're talking about when you're talking about these sacred items, the level requirement for this ring, for example, is not 70, right?
No. So the level, that's a great point, Joe. So the level requirement for this is actually to be set at the level at which you actually loot the item. So once again, we have trading in the game. If you are level 50 and you get a really, really great ring drop, that's going to be good for not quite your build, but like maybe you're playing a bleed barbarian. And this is really, really good for like a berserk build or like a big fury build. And you say, okay, I want to give this to you can hold on to it. That could be a really valuable item to trade because it could be that its eye power is such that it's like really good for a level 70 character, but the required level for the ring itself is level 50 because you got it at level 50. And that's going to raise with the course of time. We think that's going to be super fun for players to chase. And there's more of that as you get into the ancestral tier, but that's not all. I think the next thing we're talking about is actually legendary and unique items. So, all right. We've talked a little bit about legendary items in the past. I really want to focus on things that we haven't spent a ton of time discussing, but to give a general overview, legendary items in general are attached to like legendary powers. And these legendary powers, or reverse, legendary powers attached to legendary items. Legendary powers basically are designed to appear on multiple different slots. So, an aspect might appear on an amulet, but it might also appear on gloves, or it might appear on ring, or it might also appear on weapons. These things have a tendency to be in a lot of different places based on the power itself. And we like this because it let players like extract aspects and powers from items and put them into other items that meet these certain criteria. It's fun because we want players to go and be chasing certain fantasies. It helps them kind of like hone in on certain kinds of builds and gets them excited about the potential of like kind of taking all these different Legos and kind of putting them together. Can I say Legos on stream?
Yes. Legendaries, yeah.
Legendaries is what I'm talking about. So once you get all of these legendaries together and you put them together, that's gonna be really, really fun. So that's part of the fantasy we think of legendary items. Did you actually get a chance when you're going through 1 to 50? There's only a certain number of these that are actually available. But when you get into World Tiers 3 and 4, more legendary powers are available. Did you get a chance to see any like new legendary powers as you were playing?
Oh yeah, I mean I definitely got to see a variety of legendary powers. I got a certain number of drops. Drop rates didn't feel out of control, but you guys gave me some pre-made characters as well that were decked out with builds, and I saw lots of cool synergistic powers that came together to really make a build flow well. And I think my favorite power was probably on actually a unique item, and it was for the druid that made your werewolf form your true form. So I know a lot of people have been saying, hey, can I just be a werewolf all the time?
Yep.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, you can.
Nice. Scion will
that's
be
the
happy to
next
hear
step,
that.
right? So unique items. So unique items only begin to appear when players enter the Nightmare tier. So once you're in World Tier 3, there's a low chance that some of the game's unique items will begin to appear for players as they're progressing through this experience. And they're very, very rare. These are huge chase items and opportunities there. Some of them are really important for build making. Some open up a whole different build paths and opportunities for players to go and pursue. These are things that are designed to be really exciting, like what you suggest there when you had that experience trying to gather the werewolf, the ability to stay in werewolf form effectively forever with that druid unique. Really, really cool stuff. And there's more of these unlocked over the course of your level progression as well.
I think I saw Shaco earlier there in the list of unique items.
That's correct. Shaco does make a return, and there's lots of opportunities for us to basically kind of pay homage to items that came in previous versions of Diablo, previous entries in the series. You'll see a number of different items make returns. Items like Grandfather, Shaco, obviously. You'll see a few familiar, and then a few familiar favorites, and then more over the course of the game's live development.
Also, this is a good way for people to kind of see the new font changes and so forth that
yes.
based off the beta learnings that we actually ended up posting last week.
Yeah, we'll get more into the beta learnings later in the live stream, or we'll go over them in a lot more depth. But yeah, absolutely, the font was a great example. I mean, I think we added at least 20% more serifs to the. But no, seriously, people pointed out that the font, while highly readable, and we spent a lot of time thinking about how the game is going to display on all kinds of different screens, different aspect ratios. TVs, right? And so we want the font to be highly readable in all of those situations. But it didn't feel as much like Diablo as it could have. And so we went back and looked for a font that was still highly readable, but had more of a Diablo thing. And it's just a great example of players pointing something out and us being able to react to it.
What's the next thing we want to talk about, Riker? What do you think?
Well, so we have all these legendary items. One semi-deterministic way to farm for them, Helltide. It's an activity where, well, I guess you can dive into how exactly you can target farm specific item slots to hunt for specific unique items. And it's going to be one of the main endgame activities that we'll be partaking in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, once the player gains access to Nightmare Torment here, they are going to Nightmare tier. They're going to start gaining. They're going to start seeing some of these new activities. One of them, which is Helltide. Helltide is basically going to be the situation where as you're running in through the world of Sanctuary. The sky turns red, blood begins to fall from the sky, new monsters begin to appear. Everything is more challenging. New events are going to start showing up, and importantly, as you're killing creatures when you're within one of these Helltide areas, you're going to be getting what we call cinders. It's this new currency players are able to collect while they're specifically within these spaces. And this is great because you get to take these cinders, and as you're wandering through the overworld, you might be running on your other players. You might be helping them do events together. Everyone's getting their own cinders as they go. You'll be looking for these Helltide caches you can see here. And these are great. To your point about being able to target farm for certain kinds of items. So every one of the caches in the Helltide zone is actually tied to an item slot. And they all have different costs. So you'll be gathering cinders by playing within this space, trying to locate one of the caches that have the item type that you're looking for. Whether maybe you're looking for an amulet or looking for a ring. Maybe you're looking for a Shaco. So you're looking actually to go find a helmet cache and want to keep trying to go after the helmet cache and the rare, desperate hope that you're going to get exactly the unique item that you're looking for, right? That's cool. We want to give you some of that opportunity, to give you that opportunity to target farm a little bit. But there's actually a little bit of fun there too. So one of the things that's one of my personal favorite parts of the Helltide there's the idea that the players there's an extra set of stakes, right? When the players run around these cinders, they have the chance if they die, they're going to lose about half of their cinders every time they fall. And they don't drop on the ground; they're gone. So you have to be very careful about when you're looking to overextend as part of the combat experience in order to farm more cinders, get to the cache that you're looking for. Whatever that is, you are putting yourself at more risk the more you try to gather, and the greedier you get, the more likely it is that you're going to lose things.
That's right, and there's a time limit on Helltide too, right?
That's right. Helltide is only active, the Force of Hell only arrive for about an hour during when they are actually active. And different areas of Sanctuary are picked for Helltide Zone each time it rotates and moves around. So you need to make good use of your power. And if you leave a Helltide Zone, those cinders are gone. You have to.
Go get food.
So if you see that the clock is ticking down, you're getting 5 or 4 or 3 minutes away from the end of the Helltide. You got to find yourself a cache to kind of deposit those things.
Yeah, absolutely. My experience, I first jumped into a Helltide event with, I think, 23 minutes left on the clock. So I start by, I'm scouting out the different chests or caches to see, which is the one that has the slot that I'm looking for, what are the different costs, and then I'm doing some quick math. I'm gathering cinders at about this rate per minute, I have this many minutes left. I think I could afford the most expensive, the weapon slot, and I got to backtrack to that place in order to get there. And then I died. And I'm like, recalculating.
Yeah.
How much time do I have left now? And so quickly. Yeah. And then I died.
Oops,
again.
I died.
Better luck next time. Another hour before the next one comes around, I'll have a better plan this time.
Now, granted,
yes, get some food, Joel. Sorry.
Really good drops inside Helltide experiences while you're killing monsters. So it's not like if you lose those cinders, you've lost all opportunities for rewards. Yeah. But obviously, it does take a little wind out of your sails if you just happen to get jumped at the wrong time. Again, another great opportunity for there to be players nearby when they're trying to help out in those situations.
Yeah, one of the things I think is really cool about this is that these chests or caches, boxes with loot and awesome loot inside, right? They, each time a Helltide appears, they're in different locations, right? So you have to go and find them, as Riker was saying. But for the duration of that Helltide, they're in fixed places. So, you know, when you go into the Helltide area, it's useful to scout out and see where the caches are for the item slots that you're interested in. And then you can, you know, mentally remember, okay, here, I want to farm around here. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to get this item or whatever. And one thing I want to call out here, you know, you saw one of the caches on the screen earlier, you know, in some of our video that we captured for it. Now, we did capture that with the UI off, so you can't see the icon above it, but there is an icon that says, in here, there are boots.
That's correct.
So you will know before you open that cache what's in it.
And I mean, that's not all. I mean, there's other risks and dangers inherent in Helltide areas. You know, this is an opportunity for you to fight some different bosses. Again, like I mentioned before, there are different events and things that actually are going to be showing up. And of course, we can't really have such a wonderful experience as Helltide without our baby boy, the Butcher,
for the hydrate, Mini-Me,
occasionally and causing serious mayhem and mischief in the overworld of Sanctuary. So lots of really fun things happen inside these Helltide areas over the course of the player's experience.
And it's also an opportunity to farm a special crafting material, right?
That's correct. There are craft materials like Fiend Rose and things that really are coming directly from Helltide encounters and those experiences. So you are looking to also get some of the materials you need for like really high tier like weapon and item upgrades from going through these places.
So Helltide is what we're doing to farm crafting materials in order to target farm specific drops. Another big activity that we're going to be doing, Nightmare Dungeons. You want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah. So yeah, Joe, do you have anything you want to talk about for Nightmare Dungeons first?
You know, Nightmare Dungeons are, we're going to talk again. We're going to talk about beta feedback at the end of the show here, or near the end of the show. But Nightmare Dungeons are our key dungeon replayability system for the later part of the game, right? And you're going to get sigils, and Joe's going to talk a little bit about the sigils. But we're really excited for players to get to check out all of the cool ways that the dungeons can really be transformed by the Nightmare Dungeon system.
Yeah, so first up, Nightmare Dungeons, very, very exciting system. Players haven't had a chance to play these in our betas yet, but as they get into the end game content, start going through World Tiers 3 and 4, you'll begin to see, you'll gain access to some of your first sigils, which are primarily initially earned by completing Whispers of the Dead, one of our other overworld content features that players will be able to engage with. Now, sigils are really interesting in that they are tied to a level when you find them, which is going to affect the level of the monsters inside that space. They have various afflictions, which we've talked a little bit about in streams in the past. These are going to modify the way that level rolls out. But Nightmare Sigils, when they are activated, after you collect one, is going to basically open up a portal near an existing side dungeon. And in the pre-release version of Diablo 4 and additional seasons, we basically select a subset of all of the side dungeons of the game that can become Nightmare Dungeons for that period. So players become more familiar with a set number of these because they know that they can be populated with these Nightmare Dungeon experiences. So you might already know, whether it's Annex Acclaim or whatever it is, what the layout of a given dungeon might look like normally. But Nightmare Sigil is going to change that by introducing these new afflictions and then also these greater afflictions. We showed earlier in the video like this. Right now, actually, we're looking at this hell portal, a nightmare portal that can open up and basically spawn in all these monsters from other like monster families. It might not be native to that dungeon, which is pretty cool in that we like the idea that players are going to have to kind of deal with these new different threats than what they're typically used to as part of that encounter. And there's a number of these other like greater afflictions, like we showed the Stormbane's Wrath, that disc thing that was floating around around you, and occasionally it just pulses out this really big, stunning, damaging effect. So you have to be mindful of where it is. You should make sure you avoid it as part of the combat experience. Definitely adds a new wrinkle to gameplay as you're going through. And we add more of these afflictions as the player continues to level up and they get to go deeper and deeper into the Nightmare Sigil system, unlocking higher level sigils and dealing with more and more dangerous threats over the course of time. And this is a really great place, not only just to earn experience and really push your build, and make sure that you're strong enough to tackle these sorts of challenges, but you'll also be able to. These are really great places to farm for like sacred and ancestral items in particular, and these are the places that you're going to be upgrading your Paragon glyphs. We'll be talking more about the Paragon system right now. So, in that, this is an opportunity to show the actual upgrade glyph screen. I just noticed, hey, look, it's actually up right now. What timing? So, yeah, when the player reaches the end of a Nightmare Dungeon, they get to basically go ahead and take one of the glyphs they've been collecting over the course of their 50-plus experience and basically slot it into here and choose to upgrade it and make that glyph even more powerful. These socketables will go into your Paragon board and end up being some of the single most powerful modifiers you can apply to your character, above legendary powers, and even in some cases, even above some unique powers. So it's really in your benefit, based on your build, to be choosing, looking for a set number of these and upgrade them to exactly what you need them to do.
And so the sigils that we're getting, what I noticed is that if you get some afflictions that you don't particularly care about, we have the ability to salvage some in order to craft sigils of our own, right? I think it's a 4-to-1 ratio, is that right?
Yeah, just about. So you'll be able to get a lot of these different sigils by going through Nightmare Dungeons, completing Whispers, and through other content. And if you're finding sigils that you don't really want or don't really want to run, because maybe we're going to have, like, enemies inside are going to do additional lightning damage, but you don't have a lot of lightning resist on your build. Maybe you want to go ahead and like salvage that back at the Occultist, take that down to its sigil dust, and use that to basically make new random sigils for you to go ahead and run with. This is ways for players to kind of like, you know, push themselves a little further. They'll unlock higher level sigils they can craft through the system over the course of time. And it's another way to kind of like reutilize some of the sigils you might not be as interested in running from time to time.
Yeah, one thing I liked about the afflictions was it was making me make choices during the gameplay. Like two that I can speak to, the nightmare gates that we were just showcasing. Let's say I'm in the middle of fighting an elite and I'm almost taking him down. I see that nightmare portal opening and I'm like, okay, should I take care of that before it starts spawning more monsters, or do I finish this fight first? I'm forced to make a decision, and I got to live with the consequences. If I think, you know, maybe I should take him down, and then no, the fight becomes more challenging, and nope, I should have taken care of that gate first. Another one is, I forget the name, but it's some kind of blood cyst that starts to grow, and then if you just don't touch it, it eventually explodes in a huge area.
Yeah.
And it's either, okay, destroy it before it does that, or get the heck away as fast as possible. Again, making choices, and it's like, okay, I think I thought I had time to get away, then I got crowd controlled, and then boom, one shot. So I like how it changes the dungeon experience depending on which of these afflictions that you get.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's death counts in some of these as well. As time goes on, you get into the deeper ones. Where you gotta be careful. You can't choose to just throw yourselves at these things, and if you're making mistakes, you have to really evaluate carefully how you're progressing. Yeah.
Sure.
That's true.
So yeah, you got a chance to play through some of those. So yeah, Nightmare Dungeon is very exciting, and they'll go up beyond level 100 as well. Actually, so this is a content type that you can actually fight up to creatures up to level 150. Actually, as part of the experience, based on how far you're able to push yourself as time goes on. So really excited about how far players can go with that.
All right, now you're talking about glyphs and the Paragon system, so let's talk more about those Paragon boards.
Oh, let's do it. Okay, Paragon boards. So we've talked a bit about Paragon in the past. You know, we've shown pictures of the board just like this, and we've shown you things like, hey, look, like here's normal node, and this is the way that you're going to earn like 5 willpower. You know, but that's not all this board is about. You know, there's a lot of other complexity and things to deal with in here. So there are basically 4 types of nodes to kind of like quickly reprise some of this information. The first, of course, is normal nodes. Then we have what you show here is magic nodes. These are different affixes that you can collect over the course of time. Usually they're like a little bit more difficult to find a direct like version of on items. So like something like this, for example, crackling energy damage. So there's that's a sorceress, so like a lightning spec sorceress ability or passive effectively, where she'll occasionally be crackling out damage to nearby targets. You can now boost that by finding this particular magic node, which kind of might eventually unlock other builds for you to kind of go and chase after. But then there are rare nodes, which is on the next slide. Okay. And here, okay, so there's some information here. Rare nodes have a pretty powerful effect right off the bat, you know. But then on top of that, there's this bonus effect down below that you can sort of see, where on this one it is another 60% damage to elites if you reach a certain amount of dexterity for your character. So the point here is that like rare nodes on their own, of which there's about 10 or more per board. Rare nodes are already pretty powerful generically. But then on top of that, if you were able to hit these thresholds for the stat requirements for these rare nodes, that is going to make them very, very potent for you indeed. And when you're looking at the board, these are some of the most critical things you'd be thinking about when you're plotting your path through each board. Which of course, there are a number of boards available for you at launch. And then when you'll be able to rotate them, you'll have to choose how you want to progress through rare nodes, whether you want to engage with the legendary nodes or not. This is a really important thing.
Yeah.
One other bit about this, just because it's easy for me to forget about, is that when you're going from Paragon board to Paragon board, like in the first board, this might be the cost. But then when you're looking at the second board that you're progressing through, those requirements are actually going to go up. So it's not in your interest to go like run from board to board, just unlock as many of these as you can directly through that way. You need to spend a little bit of time into the board and pick the ones that you really want, because the next board that you unlock to get more rare nodes of different types, those will be a little more expensive to unlock those bonus effects.
The thing I think is really interesting about these is when the way that I look at the board, right? When I open a Paragon board, the first thing I do is go and look at the nearest rare nodes to me, to my where I'm starting, right? And then I look at the requirements for those bonuses, and then I start looking at the normal nodes on the way. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm pretty close to the dexterity required here through my gear. Are there some dexterity nodes that I could hit on the way here that would take me over it? And how much do I care about that particular bonus? And then I'm comparing it to the other ones, and I'm thinking about that. So the normal nodes actually become sort of a path that you're trying to take to turn on these bonuses.
Absolutely, and that's not all. There's one more node type as well, and then we're going to get back to normal nodes in just a second. So then we have our legendary nodes. So every one of the boards for each of the classes has a legendary node somewhere on it. And these are really, really powerful powers like you'd expect. They are a legendary power, effectively unique to the Paragon board system for that class and for whatever that particular board is trying to convey as its overall build type. So these are really, really powerful things to go and collect, but they're actually not the most powerful thing. This is just an additional extra powerful affix you can kind of apply to your character, but you kind of do this in concert with other things that you're looking for, like I mentioned, the rare nodes. And I also talked before about glyphs, and we're going to talk about that next. So when you basically, as you're going through the board, there are going to be these sockets that you can unlock, and the sockets are going to be sitting adjacent to a number of other regular nodes. Now, the way that glyphs work is that you're going to put them into one of these sockets, and they are going to be affecting nearby nodes and also fueled by other nearby nodes. So if you hit certain thresholds inside some of the glyphs, you're also going to unlock powerful bonuses. They're going to always also affect nearby nodes at the same time. And as I mentioned before, glyphs can be leveled up pretty high. They continue to grow the radius of the affected nodes as you level up through certain tiers. So it means they can affect larger and larger areas. And the boards are not symmetrical in nature as you're progressing through. Because the player can rotate their board and choose which gate they actually want to enter from, you have to kind of choose from board to board where are the sockets on this board? Are they near the stats I really want for this glyph? Because this glyph is going to be fueled by dexterity nodes within range of the glyph effect, and it's going to do additional critical strike damage, whatever it's going to do for me as a result. That's a really, really important choice to make, and because all of the boards have different configurations, different socket locations, and different things near those sockets, you have a lot of interesting decisions to make about where you actually want to invest your time. How does it matter? How does it feel to do this relative to the rare nodes you might need on that board from a different board instead? Fun decisions for players to make as they're going through. We want ultimately to feel like the Paragon board system allows for two incinerate, focus, burn type sorceresses to feel like they've got very different paths to the Paragon board, different decisions to make, even if all of their skill choices are identical.
Yeah, it's something that we've talked about a lot with Diablo 4. Is the idea that even if you have let's say Incinerate is a powerful sorcerer build for and you want to play Incinerate, you're not going to necessarily be the same, have exactly the same loadout as another Incinerate sorcerer.
That's right.
One thing I found really cool about the Paragon system that I didn't realize at first is that every Paragon board is almost like a Paragon class, like a specialization class, where it's all built around a certain theme, fantasy, play style, and it all revolves around that central or off-central legendary node, and then the rares kind of support that same theme, and it extends to the blues. So on a Necromancer, oh, this board is the pure summoner fantasy, and this one is the blood mage. And looking at it that way really made it very cool for me to be able to explore. Okay, I can merge these two together. I'm going to go bone and blood, and just further explore and dive into that specialization.
Yeah. There's 220 Paragon points that players will be able to have by the time they finish leveling up their character at level 100. We want those choices to feel like they've got meaning individually. Players can respect the number of those choices if they want for gold cost. We want to be able to play with this system and be able to kind of experiment with different ideas as they go. But importantly, we want them to feel like that the choices they made for the 220 matter a great deal to their overall performance. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, super fun, I think. But.
What are we talking about next?
Well, I guess at this point we can talk about some of the beta learnings. We had a beta. The community gave a lot of feedback, and you folks took in that feedback, digested it, and transformed it into actionable change in the game. You want to talk to some of the things that were changed?
Yeah, I keep saying we're going to talk about that. Now is the time. So let's start out with looking at some of the class changes that we did. So there's a lot of text on this screen. You've had an opportunity, if you've been following along, to check out our blog that documents a lot of the changes that we were able to make as a result of feedback from players in the 2 beta weekends. and also from data that we get. You know, we get a lot of data. You know, how many times someone dies in. You know, are necromancers dying a lot in this dungeon, or is this boss killing barbarians a lot of times? And we can use that alongside player data to identify areas where there might be a class deficiency, or areas where maybe something is exceptionally strong compared to other things that are balanced to be the same power. And so, in general, one of the things that we looked at from those 2 beta weekends is feedback that the Barbarian and the Druid, the melee classes, felt weaker than the Necromancer
They did.
and Sorcerer.
They
and there
really
are a lot
did.
of aspects to that. So there's some nuance.
I'm glad
in
they're
here, right?
changing
Like,
that.
for the Barbarian, we felt, we identified that the Barbarian, at low levels in particular, needed more damage reduction sort of built in. And so we added this passive damage reduction. So you're just going to take 10% less damage, just flat, no matter what choices you're making as a Barbarian, and that's to account for some of the ways the Barbarian has to get up close and personal with their sort of weapon-heavy spec.
That's good.
We also identified elements of the Druid that you could really benefit from some buffs. In fact, I think, Riker, you got to play the Druid a little bit.
I did, yeah. So honestly, when I first saw the patch notes, I was like, oh, I was hoping the Druid would have gotten a bit more love with regards to spirit generation. But then I played an endgame build of, it was a perma werewolf storm Druid. So I'm a werewolf who's casting you know, storm skills, and the playstyle was so tight, it flowed so well. It just all gelled together once you got the full kit, the full build together. And I went into this week with a certain class favoritism, where I had Rogue, I had Necromancer, Sorceress, Barbarian, and then Druid in dead last. I'm completely confused now. I think Druid might be my favorite now.
Yeah, it's, you know,
Impressive
another
to
thing that we
see
did,
it
if we take a look at the
just
classes
jump
again,
like that.
another thing that we did in terms of the melee classes is we took a look at bosses and monsters, in particular their attacks that deal damage in an area where it feels like there wasn't a way for the melee class to deal damage effectively while also avoiding incoming damage, right? Because a lot of times you'll have the opportunity for a ranged class range class is sometimes choosing between getting a better position and doing more damage, damage per second, and a melee class is sometimes choosing between taking damage, because even with the case of a projectile, the projectile is originating in many cases from the monster and then traveling, so you have less time to react in some cases, and so we took a look at boss abilities and bosses that our data showed were much more deadly to melee classes, and we adjusted some of those abilities. Now, this also affects the Necromancer class, because you might notice that we had a note here that states that summon minions will die more often. Now, we want the corpses to have sort of an economy. We want to have the sense that corpses are useful, you're using them to bring in more skeletons, and the Necromancer pets, as a theme of this sort of bone class, they are a little bit more disposable, right? Like if a skeleton dies, you just pop out another one from a nearby corpse. So we want them to be,
Oh no, Joel. Be careful.
Dying and getting resummoned. We want to make
I
sure
hope,
that there are
the
plenty of
sneezing
corpses
calms
so you're not
down.
going into a boss and running out of, like, oh, I don't have any pets and I'm a pet builder. We certainly want to make sure that you have pets available, but we want them to be kind of coming back from time to time. So we increase the damage that they take a bit, but we also, I was talking about areas where bosses are doing too much damage to melee. We also took a look at cases where there were abilities that felt unfair for pets, where there was just like a huge damage in a huge area, and maybe it's no problem for a player to get out of it, but trying to micromanage your pets to get out of this.
Micromanage an army of skeletons to move around.
That's
That was
not
something
a
I ran
fun
into in
gameplay that
my
we're trying
Necromancer.
to capture specifically with the Necromancer class. So we modified the damage that those kinds of powers do to pets.
That's
both
excellent.
Necromancer and Druid pets, in fact.
Yeah, we do want to make sure that managing your minions to some degree is part of the mastery of playing a necromancer, and that, like, you know, when skeletons go down, you need corpses that you've been generating or keeping on hold for some of these situations. We feel that is definitely part of the fantasy of the necromancer class is needing to resummon, to your point, these kind of disposable soldiers that are supposed to be helping you. So we want to make sure that continues to hold true, but not to a point where like an armored necro can't go fight bosses. That's obviously not what we're trying to build with any of these changes, of course. We just want to make sure that the necromancer does get a chance to engage with those parts of the mechanics.
Oh no.
Now another.
And I did get to play the Summoner Necro, and I was summoning my minions regularly, so it was something that was a continuous part of the gameplay, but I never found myself in a position where, oh, I'm out of minions, I'm out of corpses, so the corpse generation rate it felt good. I'll admit that passive minions is not my favorite playstyle. I would love the ability to direct them, but for what you intended to accomplish, I felt you did.
Yeah, so, you know, one of the other areas of feedback, we have a note that might be a little bit confusing. It says we reviewed the class skills to confirm that there were good options to get out of control impairing effects. In many cases, what we mean is unstoppable, which is the effect in Diablo 4 that clears all control impairing effects, crowd control effects, and makes you immune to them for the duration of that effect. So the classes are designed so that every class is intended to have access to a good set of options to clear crowd control, so that there is an interaction here between, you know, monsters are doing crowd control, and I have options to remove it, but I need to think about those options.
You can have a golem as a necromancer.
We saw feedback during the beta that at early levels, some classes felt like they didn't have enough options there. Riker, in your play at the higher levels, did you feel like that was still an issue?
I don't remember it being an issue at the high levels of play, no. Going back to my favorites, Barbarian now is my second favorite after being my fourth. Again, yeah, the melee playstyle I felt gelled really well with a high-level Barbarian. It all came together. I didn't feel I was being punished for being in melee. I didn't feel constantly crowd-controlled or an inability to gap close. You know, he had his the spears to bring enemies to me, the lunging attack to close the gaps, and a good toolkit to deal with everything.
So the last thing I want to note on classes, of course, is that there are a few other changes beyond what you're seeing here. I think, you know, some people called out Hydra changes. You know, we made a lot of small changes to
Hydra
classes.
was
there are also some
pretty
cases
OP.
like legendary powers. We updated legendary power effectiveness, which is sort of vague, but it's really just that there are a bunch of small details, and, you know, we're sort of tweaking them. The other thing I want to talk about is dungeons, right?
Yeah.
So we got a lot of feedback from players that there was a lot of running back in dungeons, and there were really two ways that we wanted to tackle this. First off, of course, if we have a situation where you're running back, we have a system that causes monsters to ambush you to make sure that it's not just running through an empty space. So we added more ambushes. But secondly, and this is really the more effective aspect of it, we changed the layouts of dungeons and where objectives were located in the dungeons.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Look at this. Graphic design is our passion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish that I made this graphic.
Oh my gosh.
I did laugh really hard when I saw this the first time.
So
I loved it so
evocative.
much.
But I did not make it. But I think this is a great example. So this is one of the dungeons that players called out in beta, Hoarfrost Demise, right, as one that had a lot of run back. And one of the reasons that you can see here that it has so much run back is that the objectives are laid out in a way that you have to run down a long, narrow hallway to get to one, and then you have to run back. It's a dead end, and then you have to run back.
Yeah, it was a
hallway.
bit of a
So
slog.
we changed the layout of Hoarfrost Demise.
But it wasn't that terrible.
Like this.
Right.
So you can see that the objectives, which are those, you know,
You run a circle either way.
icons there on your screen, are along the main path of the dungeon. And remember,
That's a lot of
now,
enemies.
in this case, the player has explored all of the dungeon, and you can see all of the map.
Yeah.
But when you're playing through the dungeon, you don't have, the map is fogged. You haven't explored it yet. But it's set up in such a way that as you're exploring through the dungeon, you're going to naturally encounter those objectives along your way, and so you're not going down and then having to backtrack a long way.
Yeah, and in our objective view, this was going to lead to smiles Yeah. But no, it's important. Like we want to make sure that like, as you're progressing the space, you are naturally coming across these objectives in a simpler way, as opposed to need to like kind of like wander and kind of like backtrack a lot more as part of that.
Yeah, and in fact, we identified a number of dungeons that got this feedback in beta, and we also, we were talking about nightmare dungeons. We also want to make sure that nightmare dungeons have this. We address this for nightmare dungeons as well because it's a key replayability system, as we were just talking about earlier. This is another example. Cordragon Barracks. It's another dungeon.
The barracks were
We saw
really
a lot
spread
of,
out.
Feedback and screenshots from beta, where you can see that the objectives are set up such that clearly you're going to have to run back all the way back through that long hallway. You're going to spiral around. You have to go out. You have to explore out from those spirals, and you can end up getting confused and running back. Because the other thing that happens here is that if you've run to an objective and the next thing that you have is back along a path that you know about already, then why wouldn't you just run back along that path that's empty of monsters? It's not fun. It's more fun to kill monsters, but it's more efficient than exploring some unknown that might or might not lead back to it, right? So that's
Very true.
a key part of these layout changes as well. And if you take a look at the next shot here, you can see how we rearranged the objectives in Cordragon to ameliorate this.
Yeah. Now, these aren't the only changes that we made either. There's some other things we did to actually just straight up just regular objectives. So there's things like, there are some dungeons where the players are asked to kill all the monsters inside a dungeon space. And in those situations,
Like I'm doing right
once
now.
the players reach a certain threshold of monsters they've killed, rather than saying like, there are potentially as many as 50 zombies in this cave. After the player has killed, 49 zombies, they might still be normally looking around in the last corner where a zombie is kind of like hiding in a closet someplace, right? In this situation, instead, once you reach a certain threshold of zombies that you've killed, now they actually begin chasing you down. They start looking for you in that situation, such that you don't need to go crawl through the entire space and explore every inch of unexplored area in that dungeon just to find the zombies. Some of them are going to come after you in those situations, which is a great change to make it a little bit easier to engage with those things. And then there's another one, like we have features or dungeon objectives where the player is asked to go and collect like anima, which are just these objects, they're like these motes of energy that drop on the ground when you kill certain kinds of monsters. Sometimes you need to go and gather a whole bunch of these things and then bring them back to another area to deposit them. Sometimes it opens a door, might summon a boss, all kinds of things that we do with this. But in these situations now, when players are collecting this anima when they're running around the dungeon trying to find all these creatures and do these things, you're going to also gain various buffs by picking these up. You're going to gain some resource back for your class. You're going to get some other things. It's actually really great. When you actually deposit these things, you're going to get a health potion. So there's lots of things we're trying to do to make sure that those experiences help speed you up and feel great to engage with, while you're also going through a lot of the layout changes that Joe just talked about.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out kill all monsters, because players rightly identified a couple of key problems. Like first off, with kill all monsters, of course, if you're having to go and hunt down one of those monsters, that's effectively backtracking, right? You're running through an empty space. And the other aspect of it is that the sort of the intensity curve of the excitement in the dungeon is going down. Like you're backtracking through a bunch of empty space, and then when you get there, it's not going to be an exciting moment. There's going to be four monsters hiding in the corner, and you're going to kill them, and it's going to feel sort of like, well, I guess that was a requirement that I had to check
one
off.
spider.
Right?
Yeah, it's almost similar to like Den of Evil, Diablo 2 feel and so forth, but now them being able to seek you out means less backtracking, less hunting in corners for that one fallen or wherever.
Well, yeah, and the other thing I like about it is that it increases the intensity at the end of the dungeon, right? Because you have the monsters, you're still clearing the last monsters, and now you have monsters running at you. But what was your experience with these changes?
Yeah, so this was probably my #1 complaint about the beta was the backtracking. I'd often, in a dungeon at some point, reach a point where I'm like, okay, I have to run back or I have to go look for a monster. And with these changes, I don't think I ever had one of those moments, or at least, I'm not going to say there was zero backtracking, but there wasn't enough that it would have come up as an issue that I would have complained about. I know some people, say, oh, suck it up, backtracking has always been part of Diablo, it's part of the game. But like the changes made hasn't made the experience linear. It's not like, oh, now we just have one quarter to go down. As you were saying, like now there's if you go on
Joel.
a side path, there could be things to run into. But just overall, everything from an experience standpoint just flows a lot better.
I know with beta learnings and everything that we took in from the community and we posted on the blog, we actually had a big question in regards to dungeons and resetting dungeons and how that actually works.
Fair
And
enough.
I do want to take some time for you guys to be able to clarify a little bit because there's tons of questions. And then we tried to clarify, and I think we made it worse. So we're going to...
Let's re-clarify the clarification.
Exactly.
Yes, so the reset dungeon button, right? So we added this button earlier in development when there wasn't an easy way for dungeons to reset naturally. And in fact, the way we added it led to some undesirable secondary effects because it was instant. It didn't care if you were inside the dungeon. It doesn't care if the dungeon is partially completed. If you're a hardcore character and you're in danger, you can just press it and presto, you're all good. And since we initially added this button, the amount of time for dungeons to reset organically, we've been working with our online team and we've been making changes to, over the course of development, like how Town Portal works, how dungeon reset work. And so the way that it works today, if you are outside the dungeon, and if everyone from your party is outside the dungeon, so if you're alone, just you, and there are no town portals open in the dungeon, then the dungeon will naturally reset over a period of about 60 seconds, about 30 seconds of matchmaking and 30 seconds of cleanup. Or if it's partially completed, like maybe you got halfway through and you're like, you know what, I have to do something else, I'm going to go kill a world boss, or I want to do something else now. Then it'll take a little bit longer to reset. It takes about 150 seconds, but it'll still reset naturally pretty quickly. And
Nice.
the other case here is that you've got maybe you're doing the dungeon and there's some particular objective in the dungeon or side quest in the dungeon, and someone, one of your friends joins and they want to do that side quest too, right? But maybe you've already completed it in this dungeon. So you can also hop out of the dungeon, which you can use through the Leave Dungeon button right in the UI as well. It does have a short cast time, so
Not as quick, yeah.
but it's quite it's right through the UI. You can do it from anywhere. Invite the other person to the party, to your friend to the party, make them leader, hop in, you'll get a fresh dungeon as well.
Yeah, so hopefully that
Very
clarifies.
cool.
You can still reset. Resetting dungeons is still a thing in D4. It's just we removed the button essentially, so you would just have to wait a little bit longer for the dungeons themselves.
I don't see that as a bad change at all. I see
did
that
wanna
as a
go over
great
two,
change.
or two specific changes that we also obtained through beta that we didn't actually record on the blog. One you actually tweeted about, which was about ultra-wide screens,
Yes.
and being able to control cast distance and so forth, and with specific abilities and whatnot. So people who are using ultra-wide or mega ultra-wide screens wouldn't be able to essentially cast to the furthest corner of their screen and be able to use abilities in that type of way.
That's
and
good.
then one other thing that we did notice during beta, which was world boss encounters, and how players would actually complete a world boss encounter and then go back to town and then find another way of being able to, in that same window, go through another world boss encounter to obtain multiple opportunities of grabbing loot, which is something that we also did address through the beta learnings that we
Perfectly
received from players.
makes sense
So-
as well
That's
to
true.
not
Now,
allow that.
I'll point out that the first time you kill a world boss in a week, you are going to get more loot than you'll get on.
It's a live
second time, so
stream.
there's additional incentive to there's less incentive to try to find a way to kill the same world boss 10 times. But you
It's
certainly will
the
get
developers for Diablo 4.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's not the exact rewards or a clone of the rewards that you got from the first kill themselves. Great. I know we ended up learning a ton from the community in regards to the beta. Obviously, you guys got to hear a little bit about the endgame systems within Diablo 4. We do have a cool. What's
Is it
this?
time for a surprise?
Is it time for a surprise? It is time for a surprise.
Oh.
If,
Wait, what?
If you've been hiding on the internet and have not seen Rod Ferguson make very, very nonchalant tweets about this,
This is what I was waiting for.
this is the and more of the actual broadcast, I would say. So happy to announce that we've been hearing a lot of feedback from players about wanting to experience more Diablo 4 and check it out, before the game's release in June. And so on May 12th through May 14th, we are going to be hosting a Server Slam event where all players within Diablo 4 or who want to play Diablo 4 can jump in and actually check out the game again. This is a really important weekend for the team and the dev team here because we need as many people
March 12th
to
through
really
14th.
log in, check out Diablo 4 and play through the game because we need to test out our servers some more before we actually launch. Joe, I know you have a lot of want and need and emphasis towards this specific weekend, so I'd be curious to hear.
Yeah, so first off, all of the changes that we just talked about in this live stream will be in place on the Server Slam.
Yeah, so huge news right there where if you want to check out any of the changes that we made from beta, you will be able to actually check them out this
I'm
week,
tweeting
that
about
weekend,
that.
on May 12th or May 14th.
That's right. And the other thing I want to point out is that we recently announced that we've gone gold, that Diablo 4 has gone gold. And that means that, we got all of those changes from the betas in. We did tons of, we learned a ton of stuff in terms of our servers, in terms of server configuration, making sure that we were fixing bugs. We deployed hotfixes during those 2 weekends. And so we were able to really improve our confidence for launch through that. And that's why, we're so confident in announcing that we've gone gold. Now, the purpose of this weekend is to slam those servers, right? Really make sure that everything is exactly perfect for launch because that's really what's important to us, right? We want players to have a good experience on day one when the game launches. And, so come slam our servers. Now, of course, this is very helpful for us because, and it's helpful if you want to play on day one.
It's helpful for the Diablo
everyone,
4 community
but
to come help us slam our servers, but
that's not the only reason to do it. When you participate in the Diablo 4 Server Slam, you're going to have another chance to earn the rewards from the first 2 beta weekends. So if you didn't get a chance to play because maybe you were traveling or for any other reason, you have another chance to get your Beta Wolf Pack cosmetic and the 2 titles. And in addition to that, we've, for this Server Slam weekend, we've set the level cap to level 20. We've adjusted the legendary drop rates to be consistent with what you'll see on live, rather than the inflated drop rates that we had in the first 2 beta weekends, which were there to make sure that we got plenty of testing on our legendary powers. And on top of that, you're going to have 48 hours to slam these servers, right? Now, during this time, a Shava is going to spawn starting about 24 hours after the servers go up, and then every 3 hours after that. So you're going to have, I think it's 9 opportunities to fight a Shava.
Nice.
Now, if you get to level 20 and you kill a Shava while you are level 20, so max level in this test, in this period of time.
What level is it though?
20.
It's 20. So you got to be level 20?
Yeah.
To get
don't show up in the Shava at level 5 and think you're going to get this.
Yeah, expect you'll get the reward.
But what you're going to get is this Cry of a Shava mount trophy, which is exclusive to this Server Slam weekend. You can see it here on your screens.
Yeah, the trophy there and that horse's hip on the saddle there. Very nice. Oh wow, that's bigger than I thought it was going to be. That's awesome.
We basically
Oh,
cut a horn, part of a Shava's horn off, and added some gilding and some nice metal work there. And of course, mount trophies in Diablo are cosmetic customizations that you can add to your mount along with mount armor. So this is a trophy that you can mount. It mounts, some trophies mount on the saddle. I don't know why I'm pointing to my shoulder. This is where the saddles go, apparently.
Yeah.
Or they can mount on the side, on the horse's flank, like you see here with this trophy.
Yeah, so again, like all rewards from the original first 2 weekends of the beta, including the 2 titles and the beta wolf pack will be available, as well as the Cry of Ashava mount trophy. And for the mount trophy, you have to be level 20 and kill Ashava. All classes will be available, and you'll be able to explore Fractured Peaks again from the 2 beta weekends that we had beforehand. And of course, Ashava will be spawning much more often in this Server Slam weekend for players to actually jump in and obtain the rewards and really help us out, help out the team, and make sure that we have a smooth launch for Diablo 4 come June. So huge news for all of this. And we will have a blog that will be going either live right now or live immediately after the broadcast for players to actually read about all this information. And that will be available on Diablo4.com. So make sure to check out the blog, get all your information there, and jump in on our Server Slam weekend, March 12th through March 14th. It's another opportunity to play Diablo 4 before the launch, which is really great. And you can test all the new beta changes, which is really cool. And one other thing that I do want to note for at least PC players who are jumping into the Server Slam weekend, the team here has done some massive work on some of the PC optimization from the first 2 beta weekends. DLSS3 for NVIDIA cards will also be available for people to try out in the Server Slam weekends. Or a Server Slam weekend. Sorry, there's only one. I don't want to like set expectations or anything. But there's more graphic options and optimizations and so forth for PC players to check out. Yeah, looking forward to everyone really hitting the servers and really helping out with the game. We do want to jump into Q&A because we always end with Q&A. Riker actually has a bunch of questions that he was asking his own community that we will most definitely go through as well. And then we're also going to be grabbing some questions here from chat and so forth. One question that we have been seeing that has come up within the community beforehand, and we'll start off with this one, which is how long will it take us to get through the Battle Pass? It's a question that a lot of people in the community have been talking about over the last week and a half. And I know that we wanted to talk about it a little bit more here.
Yeah, I think that there's so I've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I think one thing I really want to emphasize is that when we think about the Battle Pass for the for Diablo 4 after the game ships, we're looking at our seasonal players. We want to make sure that the players who are going through the Battle Pass, they're going to have a lot of content to consume outside the Battle Pass. They're in all likelihood to finish everything in the Battle Pass before they finish all of the content within a season to season. So there's a ton of things to look forward to. We want to make sure that the Battle Pass as a result is balanced in such a way that players of all types and all play styles are able to get a chance to actually complete this this Battle Pass over the course of time. Our goal is if you want to start to engage with this, want to make sure that you are compelled to go through all of it as you're playing and just having a good time getting all of these rewards. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Riker, I know you have questions. I want to make sure that you get some questions in and so forth. And I guess we'll just go back and forth for this. It'll make it easier for these two guys.
You guys, we'll just be doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep doing that.
Yeah, sounds great. Well, so first off, something that you were, I think, touching upon earlier, and correct me if I misunderstood, but I think on the topic of Nightmare Dungeons, it sounds like every season there's going to be a rotation of 30 dungeons that can be turned into the Nightmare Dungeons. Is that right?
So we want to make sure that we've got a subset of the dungeons we have in the overall game. There's over 115 or so side dungeons available in the baseline Diablo 4 experience. We want to take a subset of those each season. The exact number we're working on, we're going to think about that and think about it. But a number of those will rotate every season to make sure that we are highlighting different kinds of objectives, different sorts of layouts, different monster families, just different experiences. And we also don't want players to feel that they're going to have this where they have to be thinking about all 115 different dungeons every season, every time, with regard to this system in particular.
Thank you.
So that is the idea, is we do want to rotate through these from season to season while we're looking to introduce other ideas. Yeah.
Cool. I got a question here from, I'm not going to butcher Twitch names, guys. I do this every stream.
From a Twitch user.
From a Twitch user in chat. Do you have any plans to keep interest for people who don't plan to play in seasons?
So we are going to be making on a regular basis part of our live updates. We're not quite ready to talk about like all of our seasonal plans and all of our post-launch plans yet, but I will say this, that we're going to be having a lot of like really rich and interesting content updates for our seasonal players, but we're still be making balance changes and adding new legendary items and like unique items and things of that nature for players who are playing in the Eternal Realm, the place where you will be able to never have to worry about like a character reset or do any of those things. There will always be new infusions of some game content at that level to players going in that space.
Cool.
But for the richest experience in the post-launch environment, I would highly recommend checking out Seasons because we're doing some really, really cool stuff.
All right. So one thing that I noticed in the December press beta to the public beta was that changes were made to the skill tree. There were like new passive skills, there were new paths made amongst the passive nodes. So I'm wondering, was the skill tree designed in such a way that you can, over the course of seasons or expansions, add new passive or active skills?
Yes. So the skill tree really that we have for Diablo 4 at launch really is just the beginning for these classes. We are going to be looking for new opportunities to create more playstyles within each of the classes. We'll be adding new passes, potentially new skills in the future. These are things that we would like to do. It is likely that these kinds of updates, particularly of like new passives, like new nodes, new things in the skill tree, are more likely to happen as part of our our future larger like expansion size updates, rather than things might be happening as part of seasons. We have lots of interesting customization options we're going to be adding as part of seasons, but they might not touch the skill tree specifically.
Okay.
We've been seeing this question a lot. I've been seeing it in chat as well, and there's, I think, some confusion in regards to altars of Lilith, how those will work in between seasons, or will those reset? Like, how does that specifically work?
Sure. So Altars of Lilith are one of the features that players can go and collect basically in the overworld that we're going to contribute to their renown total within each of the zones.
Well, and give permanent character power as well.
Well, I'm going to get there.
Okay.
So there's two purposes really that the Altars of Lilith have. They have this larger collectible feature where you want to kind of go get all of them for the stat points that you just called out.
Yeah.
And then they also provide the renown. So renown is reset on a seasonal basis. So when you start a new character, your renown score goes back down to 0. You'll have to go and finish side dungeons, go do side quests, go find Altars of Lilith, go do these things in order to kind of get that renown back up to unlock all of those benefits. Now, you don't need to go do all of that content in the zone to max out your renown bar. There's actually way more activities that grant renown than you actually need to complete in order to finish going through and filling up all of the renown and getting all 5 tiers of the rewards.
Nice.
When it comes to the stat gain, so basically, to your point that you were just speaking about, Altars of Lilith also have another purpose, in that when you find one, they give you a stat boost that is supposed to apply to your character and all characters in that realm. The way that's going to work is that once you've collected that stat boost from a specific Altar of Lilith, that stat effect is going to propagate out to other characters of that game type. So basically, Hardcore is going to have its own progression for this, where it's like if you were playing a Hardcore character at launch and you go and you do all these things, those stat boosts you collect will propagate to your Hardcore characters you would make in the seasonal realm. And the same is true for players who are playing in the normal realm and playing the normal game mode. All the stat boosts they're unlocking via the Altars of Lilith will also unlock for their seasonal characters in the future, such that players don't need to go and collect every Altar of Lilith with every new season, but you do want to get some of them. They do still grant experience, and they do give you some bonus towards your boost towards your renown. But there's not the sense that you need to go and like do every single one of them every single time. We want that to be a really fun experience for players to engage with it, particularly while they're exploring Sanctuary for their first couple times at most, and have that bit of fun. Otherwise, players can choose to engage with them or ignore them as they go into their seasonal playthroughs in the future.
Right. So characters, if you unlock a permanent stat boost in Season 1, that will persist into Season 2.
That's correct.
All right. With regards to item farming, we touched upon how Helltide, you can target farm specific slots. Is there any other kind of item types where either you can only get this item in this zone, this location, or is there some greater propensity for some items to drop off certain monsters, anything like that?
So we have a number of different creatures in the game that have a chance to drop particular things. World bosses, for example, have a really, really good chance to drop Scattered Prism, which is the crafting material you need in order to add sockets to items in the game. And then there are certain content types that have the chance to grant certain materials, like Fiend Rose, for example, really only shows up in Helltide areas. And the only way to raise the level of your glyph is by going through and doing Nightmare Dungeons. When it comes to item farming, we also, and I've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I think it's good to remind people, and also just to continue talking about it, right, because it's a new mechanic, And that is that when you're fighting creatures of a certain monster family, like zombies or skeletons for their respective families, those monsters have a higher chance to drop certain kinds of items. It's actually a bonus chance to drop certain item types kind of happening in the background. So it's not like if an item, like for example, skeletons have a chance, they have a chance to drop crossbows, irrespective of your class. So you're playing a barbarian, which can't use crossbows as one of its weapon types, and you could be killing all these skeletons, and you might just get a crossbow drop as a result of that. That's tradable with rogues. You know, there's other things you can do with that, but that's not taking a roll from the skeleton. It could drop everything else in addition to that crossbow. It's like an extra bonus thing that that skeleton can drop. Every monster family has a few different things they drop this way.
Cool.
So as players are going through the experience, and particularly while they're leveling up in the campaign, they'll occasionally start saying like, oh, I'm getting like a lot of like rings from this, or I'm getting a lot of boots from this, or I'm getting a lot, and they'll realize that over time, over the course of time, that these are being dropped based on the monster families they're engaging with. So as players discover more of this, they continue to fight more monsters and start mapping some of these things out, they will uncover the right areas or the best areas potentially to farm for certain kinds of things. And that includes like unique items as well. So if you're looking for a unique crossbow, maybe it behooves you to try to fight a lot of skeletons because you know they have a chance to drop crossbows in addition to other things. So these are the sorts of things that, like, as you're diving deeper into like the hunting gameplay, the item hunting gameplay, these are things to look at. That's not the end. There's a lot more we're going to be doing as the game continues to mature and as we're going into like our post-launch period. But you know, we'll talk about that when the time's right.
Fair enough.
This one is kind of tied to some of the Server Slam stuff that we just announced, which is, will there be any additional changes made to the game after the Server Slam weekend, like what was done during the beta?
No, we announced that the game has gone gold. The Server Slam is, you're testing a version of the game that is very close to the launch version of the game. That's why it's so effective as a Server Slam. Now, of course, as a live service game, we're going to be continuing to take feedback exactly like you saw during the beta, after the game has launched, and making changes and making improvements based on data and player feedback.
Awesome.
All right, overlay map versus mini map. Mini map is a little map in the top right corner. Overlay is what we had in the past in D2, where you have this semi-transparency of the large-scale map over your actual game.
What do you guys see in the top
D4
left
does
side of
not
my
have
screen?
An overlay map. A lot of people are asking for it. What's the reason for no overlay?
Yeah, so when you're playing through an action RPG and you're playing through that core loop, you're basically switching between two modes of behavior, right? You're killing monsters or you're navigating. And you're switching back and forth between those really quickly. And so it can be helpful to have that be as fast as possible so that you can I just killed those monsters. Okay, where am I going to go? Is there an objective to the left or right? Right. And so the overlay map is very effective at doing that. In fact, it's so effective that it's up there's no reason to ever close it. And so there are a lot of solutions that we've seen different games do in terms of like trying to mitigate sort of its effects on combat in terms of fading areas around the player or other things like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to keep the combat and navigation spaces as clean as possible by separating them a little bit more. And so that's why you see the mini map, you see the pin system on the map, you see in certain cases edge of screen indicators on the mini map. We want to add more of those kinds of things, but ultimately, you know, our goal is to make sure that players, when they're going back and forth between combat mode and navigation mode, that they have the tools that they need to do it efficiently and they don't feel like it's a huge hassle. So we're going to be continuing to look at this feedback. For launch, you know, you won't have an overlay map. We're trying to make that experience as smooth as possible. But we're going to continue to listen to player feedback on this point.
All right.
We have a question saying, are all dungeons going to be single floor iterations with halls like traversing, or are we going to get like maybe multi-level dungeons or anything that brings like elevation or depth and so forth into those?
You know, it's interesting that one of the things that we did in Diablo 4 that's really cool is that you don't have to load between dungeon floors. An interesting effect of that is that you might not always notice when you're going down a floor into a lower floor. There is there are staircases and there are sort of moments where that shows up, and there's UI that appears that shows up. But in many cases, our dungeons do have multiple floors, and because it's so seamless, you don't always notice. Now, in terms of you know, when you think back to Diablo 1 and adventuring down through the cathedral, and it's this very deep dungeon.
i.e. the
our
game we're
dungeon
playing
tech
right
can
now.
certainly do that too, and that's certainly something that could be a cool option for the future.
Awesome.
All right. With regards to PvP, is there any kind of instancing to separate out solo players versus groups, or are we going to see like 4-man squads ganking lonely players?
Yeah, you will see 4-man squads ganking lonely players. I want
Oh, no.
to make sure I'm really clear about this. The fields of hatred that we have in Diablo 4 are not a place for honor. They're a place for slaughter. So if you go into those spaces, you need to be mindful that you are entering a chaotic realm of danger and threat. That's the fantasy. That's what we're trying to do. Now, players who go into these spaces might also be fortunate and find that there's a number of other players that are trying to peacefully farm up, in various resources while they're fighting there, and not actually be interested in engaging in PvP immediately. That also is a situation you might occasionally find yourself in. Maybe you decide that you want to take advantage of them, and you show up and decide that you want to go and gank those players and take their things. Greed gets the best of us all at some point in time. But I want to make it really clear that there are things in place in terms of how we bucket players by level and things like that to ensure that you're not always be going up against like really, really high level players at a very, very low level. But in terms of like, I'm walking in this space, is there any guarantee that there aren't 3 people somewhere roaming around this area looking to gank lonely people like me? The answer is there is no mechanic in place to prevent that from occurring. So you need to be mindful of that when you're walking around here. Go in there with friends or walk in and be prepared to occasionally die. Especially when you immediately walk into a field of hatred. If you were to immediately get killed by other players, there's actually no real penalty for you in that case. Now, you haven't started to acquire any of the PvP resources in that zone yet anyway. So they have nothing to gain from killing, and you have nothing to lose as a result of that death. So, yeah, things to experiment with, but, going with the right set of expectations.
But there is some pseudo matchmaking to stop like level 100 players ganking level 25 players?
That's correct. There is some bucketing in place to make sure that doesn't occur.
I would add too that the fields of hatred are fairly large areas.
Yes.
So you're not. There are some tools to avoid the same group of players repeatedly killing you. There are also two fields of hatred, so you can move between fields of hatred. And there are things like elixirs that can allow you to be more evasive or get away from situations where you feel like you're at a disadvantage. There are also, when you think about the fields of hatred mechanic, you're collecting these shards of hatred, and you're refining them so that you can turn them in for rewards. The locations that you can do that, there are several locations, typically active at a time. So you can sort of do some strategizing about where there might be enemy players and where it might be safe.
That's right. When an altar is being used to purify those shards of hatred into red dust, you'll actually see a notification on your map letting you know where that's actually occurring. So if you see that there's a lot of activity in the northwestern part of the zone, maybe that's a great time to sneak over to the southeastern side and try to quietly and quickly cleanse some red dust of your own. Because once it's cleansed, you can't lose it. You don't drop it.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. We have a lot of questions related to like seasonal stuff and battle pass stuff. I just want to note that we actually are our next live stream in May, in early May, soon TM, will be actually focusing a little bit on our seasonal structure as well as battle pass and so forth. So we're actually going to leave those comments specifically for that. I keep looking down at the monitor and the people in production behind me keep going, Adam, what's wrong with you? That's just me. In regards to other quick questions that we do have, I'm going to just lightning off a few questions that have been coming up. These are kind of related, I would say, but one is co-op on PC. Have we looked at doing something like that? And then separately, mouse and keyboard on console. Is that something that we've also looked into?
No couch co-op on PC, no mouse and keyboard on console.
There you go. Mainly because, as you guys know, PC, like the account structure on Battle.net and having 2 accounts at the same time on one PC is a little difficult. And then on console, right now it's just controller play. And as we get past launch and so forth, we'll look at more into feedback and everything from that end.
I guess last question from me. With regards to the crafting system, can we expect that to be something that is built up to be more robust over time with regards to either seasons or, again, expansions?
Oh, yes. So Diablo 4 is a game about killing monsters, collecting loot, screwing around with that loot to do fun things and make it do get more performance out of it, modifying those things, looking for the right ethics. Yeah, we're gonna absolutely continue to be like just changing some of the crafting options, modifying them, providing new options that don't exist right now, building upon things we already have in place. You can expect to see a lot of things. Like Diablo 4 is a live service because it's a rich bed of opportunities to continue to like refine, change, update, you know, and modify the systems we have in place right now. So yeah, you'll definitely see more crafting features over the course of time.
Awesome. Last few small questions. People have been asked about ray tracing.
PvP
because we
will be
mentioned that
optional.
NVIDIA DLSS 3 will be coming in. The ServerSlam ray tracing is coming after launch. It's something that we had talked about earlier. Let's see. This is an interesting question. If you're on your mount, can you actually pick up crafting materials and stuff like that while you're on your mount in the overworld?
There are a number of simple actions you can perform when you're on a mount. I believe right now you can pick up herbs when you're mounted. Yes.
Cool. I'm trying to see if we have. The chat's moving incredibly fast. A lot of people are talking about WASD movement right now. We don't have any plans for incorporating that. That's something that we may look into post-launch or whatnot from our end. Cool. I think we got a decent amount of questions in. Talked about this, the beta learnings, and of course all the information about Endgame
And the ServerSlam.
and the ServerSlam.
Ashiba's ServerSlam.
Yeah.
Yeah. On you mentioned WASD movement, so no WASD movement will not be in the game at launch, but in the ServerSlam, do check out the additional control customization options that we added.
Yes.
They are referenced on the blog, and we want to continue to add more ways to.
They might
to
add
customize the
WSAD.
control scheme in the way that you're thinking of. So something that we're thinking about for the future.
Nice.
Exactly. So thank you guys again, and thank you, Riker, for joining us this week. I know you've had a opportunity to play through the game quite a lot. We've just stuck him in a room. He's really just played the game a ton this week. But we really appreciate everyone tuning in for the Diablo 4 developer update live stream. Again, our next live stream will be sometime in May, early May, and we'll be talking a little bit about our season structure as well as our battle pass. And a few other things that we did want to call out on in terms of Diablo 3. We have season 28 currently going on right now. It's an awesome season. Highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, check it out.
If you haven't. And then of course with Diablo Immortal, they just came out with a big update about a week or two ago that added a new PvP system into the game. So make sure to check that out if you haven't as well. For Diablo 2, we do want to announce one quick thing as well, which is the Diablo 2 Season 4 Diablo 2 Season 4 will actually begin on May 4th. So we did want to get that out so people can plan their calendars, because it's always been a fun, exciting time within D2R for people to do the ladder race as they kind of get prepped for it, take time off, call off from work. We'll give you a doctor's note. It's perfect. So, but yes, thank you guys again for tuning in to the Diablo 4 developer update live stream. And we really appreciate you guys and appreciate the feedback. And thank you again, Riker.
Thank you so much for
joining us.
Yeah, it's good to have you.
Yeah. Any parting words from anyone over here?
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
we would like you to slam the server.
Yeah, do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You must be level 20. And, we tested, an interesting thing is that we tested the Ashava fight at level 20
Yep.
to make sure that it was doable.
Yes.
We were pretty sure it was doable, but we did want to check to make sure it was doable. They were like, okay, go on.
It is quite challenging. If you are having a lot of trouble with it, you can always go down to difficulty level.
That's true. You could always go down to World Tier 1.
That's right.
Yes. And Woody Joe, we expect you to solo it. For sure. And again, you can pre-purchase Diablo 4. We have a QR code up there. We have a deluxe and ultimate version that are available for the digital version that can give you early access up to 4 days before launch. So yeah, thank you guys again and really appreciate it. And one other thing. We are going to be raiding into 2 Diablo partners, both from YouTube and on Twitch. So make sure to stay on the channel if you want to check them out. And yeah, thank you guys again. Really appreciate it. And thank you from everyone on the Diablo team. See ya.
Yeah.
That was cool. I enjoyed getting to see that. So May 12th through the 14th is the next beta test. That's going to be a lot of fun. I wish I could be one of those channels that they raid. All right. I'm going to go ahead and shut that window. And we can turn the sound back up. All right. I mean, I may fool around with exploring the Fields of Hatred just to see what it's like and see if I can sneak around and still do stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we will have to go in groups to be safe. It'll be a lot of fun, though. That's why we're going to have a guild on there. I already got permission to create a safe haven, which I'll be leading. That was a lot of guys. Hide and kill can be fun. But I'm liking that it's not so heavy RNG with some items, that we will see some of the monster families dropping specific types of items, which then in turn can lead us to knowing, okay, if I want a crossbow, I go hunt skeletons, stuff like that. Let's see. I need to change my game here in a second. But other than that, I mean, I really liked what I heard in the news feed. It was nice to hear that they listened to the changes so closely, or our beta feedback. And I can't wait to play in the server slam. But most of all, I just can't wait to play the game. Ah. Yeah, that is rough. All right, let's head down to the next level. Come on. There we go. Get back here. So what was something you guys liked hearing about in the interview? Oh, that sucks, man. A red small bow. Sounds like me with trying to get the ashes of a log. Wow. I've ran that dungeon I don't know how many times. Or that raid. Oh no. Sure, let's give it a try. Yeah, I can kill faster with this. That's a lot of guys. All right. That's kind of what I feel like is holding me back right now, is not being able to find the items I need. And Geed hasn't shown up in town, so. All good.
Black holes could never suck us down. Black holes could never suck us down. Black holes could never suck us down. Climaxed so hard.
Just hung out and relaxed. Slept a lot. So Wirt is the one I need to talk to when I go back to town again. All right. Will he have anything above blue level?
I cannot use this yet. I cannot use this yet.
The giant mushroom.
Beg pardon, but have you heard what has been happening? Some of the men have vanished from the village. Psst, over here.
Let's see if I can get anything decent out of him.
Psst, over here. Over here.
Hello, my friend. Greetings!
over here.
Same thing. Better.
Hello, good friend.
Oops, shit. Add town portal.
What ails you, my friend?
Yeah, that's work.
I must be getting close.
Gotcha. Damn.
Psst, over here.
Greetings! I have had... Hey, you there.
Potions.
What ails you, my friend?
He just wants you to pet him.
I'm getting food.
Ooh, oh, okay. Come on.
I cannot do that.
2 reds off of her. Nice. I'm gonna check the sword first. 7 to 18. Try it. Not sure it's actually better. Better damage against the ghost warriors for sure. I'm gonna die, but yep. But I did find a better weapon, which is good. Probably a better mask too.
Hello, my friend.
Nice. All right, I gotta use the restroom real quick.
Greetings.
Repair. Oh no. Well, at least your cars weren't there. All right.
Greetings.
What ails you, my friend?
I need to see what else I have that's lower quality. I think just my shield is the only thing that's not yellow or higher. All right, we're gonna check these battlement things here too, because those could hold items. I mean, it's unlikely, but it's worth checking out, you know? I can't get into it. It's closed in. Interesting. Bet there's a switch around here somewhere. Okay. feel like I'm doing better on my damage and my damage taking.
The armories of hell are home to the warlord of blood. In his wake lay the mutilated bodies of thousands. Angels and men alike have been cut down to fulfill his endless sacrifices to the Dark Ones, who scream for one thing: blood.
Thank you very much for the hydrate and the posture check. I actually just took a drink. That's funny. And for the stretch. Appreciate it. And the posture check. How are you doing today? Oh, I didn't put that up today, Mini-Me, because of the presentation. Yep, I expected to die. I got surrounded, so.
What ails you, my friend?
But that means that that way is open now. Oh, your runes.
What ails you, my friend?
Let's check these items too.
Hello, my friend.
Maybe one of these shields is better than the one I'm currently using. No. No.
Greetings!
That's alright. We'll just try it again. There's a lot more guys up here. Oh, Warlord of Blood. Oh boy. More guys. I need to get myself to a spot where I don't get completely surrounded, so I need to get into a corner. Damn it.
What
Alright.
ails you, my friend?
Let's see if Adria has any runes I can buy.
Hello, good friend.
I cannot do that.
That's just
What ails
hard.
you, my friend?
I'm not surprised, being this is the Diablo 1, so this is before they put in a lot of the quality of life changes to the game. I'll repair again. Check for more.
Greetings!
Hello, good friend.
There's just him to deal with now.
What ails you, my friend?
Hello, good friend.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Thank you, Thunder.
I cannot do that.
Great, more underlings. You better drop something good.
Your reign of pain has ended. It's over 9,000!
Unfortunately, he didn't drop anything good. All blues. But we
What
can
ails you,
restock
my
our
friend?
potions. And we can repair.
Greetings!
See if Wirt has anything new.
Over here.
Nope. But I beat him. But there's all those armor racks too that should be over here by these stairs, and hopefully those have something nice in them. Alright, we'll go ahead and go back and check out these shields before we climb down another level.
Hello, my friend. Greetings!
Nope. Better, unfortunately. Damn it. Guessing the Warlord of Blood was considered a boss character. Good. I know a little bit about what happens at the end. I'm just hoping that 7 gets a spin-off. Good. Damn.
What ails you, my friend?
Repairs. I remember to repair every time I'm in town.
Greetings! Greetings!
Hello, good friend.
Gotta take my time. I didn't use an item. And just plain socketed items end up better than the higher tier items? I wouldn't think so. I took more of them out with me, though.
What ails you, my friend?
Greetings!
I'm moving like a specter in the walls. You cannot repair what you are. In this town, you are colored by the rain, distorted and gray, never ending. You wanna slip away when you reach for the medicine cabinet. An opiate, you're gonna drift away.
I used 2 potions and panic fighting that thing. Bit of see what we got down here. Where Flesh Doom's gonna be. Those there in case I need them if I die. 149 monsters down here still. Well, we'll go being back for those 2 items. Those don't get to sit there for very long. Made it farther than I thought I would that first time. So,
What ails you, my friend?
restock. Repair and sell.
Greetings!
From blowing it so much. And go back to my portal, which is right outside the pit of flame. I'll open a new one. It's got 114 monsters down here. Hmm. Alright, now we should be getting back to where we were. Those enemies should start marching towards us. Hey, Wasteland, not much. How you doing? No. Cornell is a name I created when I was about 15 years old. So, what now? Almost 25 years ago?
What ails you, my friend?
Actually, a reference to Castlevania 64. No,
Greetings!
not that often. Not as often as people as you would think. Not a problem, Wasteland. No. It's an easy assumption and an easy correlation to make, you know? I mean, he was very influential. Oh, go for it. Mm-hmm. Very much so. Yeah, their ties to world mythology and world mythoses is really interesting in how many different forms or similar like creatures there are throughout history and throughout different myths and legends. It's really, really cool. That's awesome. I think it's really neat to look at and learn from different cultural myths and legends, because then you see, as a world, we're not that different because our myths and legends overlap to a point. Oh, that's a lot of spiders. No healing potions. So our next big battle, I'm probably gonna die. Oh shit.
What ails you, my friend?
I read that in senior year of high school, and it was really interesting. I liked it. Ah, damn it. Jeez. I have a portal here in town. I don't know why I didn't use it. I'm a dodo. I'm hoping to have a slightly animated PNG here soon. And then I'll start working on my live 2D model when I can either afford to have it rigged or get better at rigging myself. I do have someone working on the art, though. And the reason I'm walking so slow is because it considers me currently engaged with those 43 monsters that are left. And more than likely, they're heading my way. So it kind of considers me an active battle. So that's why I'm walking slow. Thank you. I thought industrial music was a good fit. All through Pretzel Rocks, which is completely safe for Twitch and YouTube, for that matter. There's the boss of this floor, Flesh Doom. Yeah, it is a fitting song. Ow! I died faster than I expected.
Flesh Dome's demise is a great good to the world, yet Shadowfang remains. It must be found and destroyed. Do not attempt to use the Demon Blade, champion. It will corrupt and madden any mortal who wields it. I alone can end its dark evil. What ails
That's all
you,
right.
my friend?
We'll get it this time. Identify these, see if they're any better than the one we're using. No, and no.
Greetings!
Oh. Oh, wait. Duh. You're outside the door, you dodo. I'll walk your butt back there. Oh, it opened up. Yay! Closer.
What ails you, my friend?
Hey, Wicked. Hey, you missed the development interview. That was really good. Some good announcements were made for D4 as far as what's going to be happening here in the near future. There we go. We got them all. How you doing, Wicked? No sword. Oh. Oh shit.
I
Going back up.
get there from here.
Waiting on the rain. 191 monsters down here. I can see the counter in my top right corner. It locked me up.
What ails you, my friend? Damn it. What ails you, my friend?
Hello, good friend.
Definitely can surround me pretty easy.
What ails you, my friend?
I don't give up easy, though. Try and get myself into a corner to fight.
What ails you, my friend?
I think I have a good spot now. Just gotta weed them out, you know? More down here, but careful. Wow.
What ails you, my friend?
That's no good. Oh, game crashed. Give me 1 second. All right. Did it save my spot? Good area in the basement. All right, so I have to make my way back down there. Means everything here respawned.
I must be getting close.
This should be interesting. I made a couple value changes to see how I do. Inventory's full of gold, isn't it? Here we go. Yeah, that's good. Let's go this way. Actually, let's go up first. We find the book up here.
The armory.
Now that should unlock the door to the Warlord of Blood. Fight that bastard again. Hopefully it'll go better this time. Should. Now that I'm stronger.
Your reign of pain has ended.
Black Dawn.
Please, don't kill me. Just hear me out. I was once captain of King Leo's. Please, don't kill me. Just hear me out. I was once captain of King Leoric's knights, upholding the laws of this land with justice and honor. Then his dark curse fell upon us for the role we played in his tragic death. As my fellow knights succumbed to their twisted fate, I fled from the king's burial chamber, searching for some way to free myself from the curse. I failed. I have heard of a golden elixir that could lift the curse and allow my soul to rest, but I have been unable to find it. My strength now wanes, and with it, the last of my humanity as well. Please aid me and find the elixir. I will repay your efforts. I swear upon my honor.
All right, I will be right back.
There's something on my mind. You're holding me with both hands, just so you can put me down. Don't joke on your lies. They're dropping like flies. With
All right, I'm back. The golden elixir's right there.
I need to get this to Lochdonen.
You have saved my soul from damnation, and for that, I am in your debt. If there is ever a way that I can repay you from beyond the grave, I will find it. But for now, take my helm. On the journey I'm about to take, I will have little use for it. It will protect you against the dark powers below. Go with the light, my friend.
Oh, wow. That's a nice armor piece. Explore the whole floor before I jump down any more levels. That was cool to get to see Lochdonen. Yep. With a major upgrade. Ooh, red belt. Nice. We have identifying it right now, but I will soon, hopefully. Black market. Sweet, huh? Now we can head down. Staff of Lazarus.
This does not bode well, for it confirms my darkest fears. While I did not allow myself to believe the ancient legends, I cannot deny them now. Perhaps the time has come to reveal who I am. My true name is Deckard Cain the Elder, and I am the last descendant of an ancient brotherhood that was dedicated to safeguarding the secrets of a timeless evil. An evil that quite obviously has now been released. The Archbishop Lazarus, once King Leoric's most trusted advisor, led a party of simple townsfolk into the labyrinth to find the king's missing son, Albrecht. Quite some time passed before they returned, and only a few of them escaped with their lives. Curse me for a fool! I should have suspected his veiled treachery then. It must have been Lazarus himself who kidnapped Albrecht and has since hidden him within the labyrinth. I do not understand why the Archbishop turned to the darkness, or what his interest is in the child, unless he means to sacrifice him to his dark masters. That must be what he has planned. The survivors of his rescue party say that Lazarus was last seen running into the deepest bowels of the labyrinth. You must hurry and save the prince from the sacrificial blade of this demented fiend. Hello, my friend.
Greetings!
Head back. What's that? Diablo 1. I was playing it during the developer interview. But this is Diablo 1 with the Hell 2 mod installed. One second. Got ribs ready for me downstairs whenever I want it. Fully altered. Let's pour the rest of this first. I'm guessing that's how I fight against Lazarus. Witches. Fun.
Abandon your foolish quest. All that awaits you is the wrath of my master. You are too late to save the child. Now you will join him in hell.
Ends here.
Got him. I don't see any way to continue down. Portal there. Level 15.
Your story is quite grim, my friend. Lazarus will surely burn in hell for his horrific deed. The boy that you describe is not our prince. But I believe that Albrecht may yet be in danger. The symbol of power that you speak of must be a portal in the very heart of the labyrinth. Know this, my friend. The evil that you move against is the Dark Lord of Terror. He is known to mortal men as Diablo. It was he who was imprisoned within the labyrinth many centuries ago, and I fear that he seeks to once again sow chaos in the realm of mankind. You must venture through the portal and destroy Diablo before it is too late. Hello, my friend.
Greetings! Greetings!
Has to be 3 of the same kind. Oh shit. Is that Diablo? Yes, it is. Diablo's dead. That wasn't the end. Is that not actually Diablo, or am I gonna have to find it multiple times? There's still deeper to go. What those switches just did. You made that I can get to the stairs? Up to level 15? Amulet. Nice. There was a switch in all 4 corners, but I have no idea what those switches just did. Didn't open anything up new there. $15. I'm guessing I'm chasing after Diablo. And I'm not actually beating him yet. I haven't beat him yet. I just saw him, and I'm chasing him. Yeah, because that's where I dropped into the room. Where the hell am I now? Must be in the further depths of hell, I'm guessing. Down to level 18. Up to town. This the... Oh, it's that entrance. Okay. So this is the abyss. Streaming's going good. Serene, how are you doing tonight? Still, that can be exhausting. Nice. Gotcha. I am down in the abyss. Level 19. Oh, yeah.
What ails you, my friend?
Been a while since I died.
Greetings!
A little bit. They do. But I can actually just go here.
This is a place of great power.
Level 21. That might be where I need to stop and do dinner and stuff.
What
before
ails
raid.
you, my friend?
Greetings!
All right, so let me find someone to send the raid off to. Actually, we have someone. And you can see the rigging I've done on this model too. So I'm going to send you guys over to Salem. I'm going to go eat dinner, and then I am going to be back for my World of Warcraft raid.